Okay, blessing.
Listen, I'm getting hot.
Okay, let's put ourselves in the holy presence of God. God bless your trips. Keep safe. Bring many tips. Have fun. Enjoy. Amen. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Amen. Thank you.
Your hand is so hot.
See you.
That's it. I'm gonna do
You
that.
live already?
I'm gonna.
Huh?
Yeah.
Did you do the pasta?
I'm trying to do that. Let me see live. It's 20 already, huh?
Okay, let me do it.
Yeah. I do it now.
Yeah, I did it.
You did already? You're so fast. See, I got a call.
Okay.
Long trip, Mariam.
Head to your pickup on 7th Ave.
Okay, here. See you later. Maybe JFK or something.
Head to your pickup on 7th Ave.
good, all good.
Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. If you need a charger, let me
Oh,
know.
thank you.
You want the water on the side? You want coffee? I got coffee too.
Thank you.
No, if you need me to stop on the way,
Thank you
get
so
something,
much.
no problem. Okay, let me just put this connection here. I'm just gonna follow GPS. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Welcome, welcome.
Head to your drop off at 48 Keotharam Road. Let's take FDR Drive North Manhattan and I-95 North Greenwich. This is the fastest route with toll. Toll-free route is 3 minutes slower.
Just 1 hour.
In half a
Thank
mile,
you so much.
turn left on Park Avenue South. Speed trap reported ahead. In 1,000 feet, turn left on Park Avenue South. Speed trap reported ahead. Left on Park Avenue South. In 700 feet, turn right on East 23rd Street. Turn right on East 23rd Street. Drive, Service Road. In a quarter of a mile. Stay to the left to FDR Drive North, Triborough Bridge. Stay to the left to FDR Drive North, Triborough Bridge. Continue straight for 11 minutes to exit 17, I-278, RFK Bridge toward Bruckner Expressway, Grand Central Parkway. 1.7 miles. Stay to the left to I-278 east toward New Haven. In half a mile, stay to the left. Stay to the left to I-278 east toward New Haven. In 1.9 miles, take exit 54, I-678 south, I-295 south, Whitestone Bridge, Frog's Neck Bridge. Watch out, vehicle on shoulder ahead. In half a mile, use the right two lanes to exit right. Then stay to the right. Exit right to exit 54, I-678 south, I-295 south, Whitestone Bridge, Frog's Neck Bridge. Then use the right lane to stay to the right to Hutchinson Parkway, Zarega Avenue. Use the right lane to stay to the right to Hutchinson Parkway, Zarega Avenue. Then Then stay to the left to Hutchinson Parkway. Stay to the left to Hutchinson Parkway. In 900 feet, stay to the left to Hutchinson River Parkway, Bruckner Boulevard East. Emergency vehicle reported ahead.
60 degrees now, mostly sunny, the humidity 77%, the wind's northeast at 5, 60, going up to 76. I'm Susan Richard, Wind Dew Time Monitor.
And they're ringing the opening bell on Wall Street. S&P futures, they were higher, about 2 points. Right now, the Dow Industrials are down 29. Locking into 10-10 wins for Bloomberg Money Watch reports at 56 and 26 past every hour. I'm Steve Potus for 10-10 wins on 92.3 FM. Got a very good Monday morning. Back to Monday. I'm Scott Stanford. After a long weekend recess, the Donald Trump hush money trial resumes right about now.
Trump's criminal case is winding down, and we'll see if his attorney put on tape and put him on the witness stand. We expect a final day of star prosecution witness Michael Cohen. Trump's attorneys challenging his credibility.
Stay to the left to Hutchinson River Parkway, Bruckner Boulevard East. Then stay to the left to Hutchinson River Parkway.
Hush money payment to Stormy Daniels. Prosecutors are expected to get some final questions in to underscore Cohen's narrative of an agreement.
Stay to the left to Hutchinson River Parkway.
And the sky is off. Julia Papa, 10-10 wins on 92.3 FM.
Emergency vehicle reported ahead.
9:31. Traffic and transit Monday morning. You wrapping this thing up yet, Garrett Stewart?
Oh, no. We're nowhere near that yet. The inbound GW Brisbane has got worse. The upper levels an hour and a half now. An hour and a half. We have an accident. The right lane is blocked. Man, are we jammed. 80-95 approaches. The lower level is 50 minutes.
In 4 miles, take exit 4A, I-95 north toward New Haven.
On the right lane, on the ramp to the Advanced Parkway. Another lane put in place before the end of Warrior Rush Hour. Events approaches to the George, on the Palisades and Route 4. On 25 to 30 minutes late, avoid Route 46. That's got 45 minutes to the slope, which I guess is better than 90. But if you're looking for alternate approaches, 4 on the Palisades will do it. The outbound approach is funny, because on the outbound lower, we've got a crash, and the left and center lanes are blocked onto the apartments. The inbound link is 40, and the inbound Holland is a 35-minute delay. That's not 90 compared to the
right lane to exit right. Exit right to exit 4A, I-95 north toward New Haven. Continue straight for 20 minutes to exit 5, US 1 toward Riverside, Old Greenwich.
get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy. With news time 9:51, we get you back out to those roads. What do you see, Karen Stewart?
Here, location now about the East River Edition. The pathway to downtown LA is short. Now it doesn't start until you get to around Queens Boulevard. From there into the Queens Midtown, it's a very heavy little ride on the westbound side, I should say, of the LIE. The reason for that volume is because the VQE traffic that we've got southbound from Roosevelt Avenue, Greenpoint Avenue, right around there, traveling down into Metropolitan Avenue, because early problems that we had at Metropolitan. The inbound to Arcade, busy across the span. 59th Street Bridge, very busy for Northern Boulevard. I would take Northern Boulevard if I were you right now. Northern Boulevard's delay is much longer and much heavier than the Queens Boulevard delay is at this moment. And the Queensbound crossing was too busy too. Inbound GW Bridge, an hour and 15-minute wait for the inbound towards Upper, and that's improvement. The inbound towards Lower is 50, and Palisades is now 15 to 20. Jump all over that, and the outbound towards is almost an hour, and we'll cross Broadway. Take off from the inbound lane is 40, the outbound lane is 20, and the inbound lane is 35. The lane response right on the open. On the far side, traffic is just moved over to the right to your door. I guarantee you it's heavy busy.
4 miles. Take exit 5, US 1 toward Riverside, Old Greenwich. right lane to take exit 5, US 1 toward Riverside, Old Greenwich. Watch out, vehicle on shoulder ahead. Exit right to exit 5, US 1 toward Riverside, Old Greenwich.
ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with
In 900 feet, use the right lane to turn right on US 1, East Putnam Avenue.
your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and
Turn right on US 1, East Putnam Avenue.
go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
In 900 feet, use the right lane to turn right on Sound Beach Avenue. Turn right on Sound Beach Avenue. In a quarter of a mile, at the roundabout, take the first exit on Sound Beach Avenue. In 1,000 feet, at the roundabout, take the first exit. At the roundabout, take the first exit on Sound Beach Avenue. In half a mile, at the roundabout, continue straight. Blocked lane ahead. straight. In half a mile, turn right on Kiafarum Road. In 1000, turn right.
Jaguar Land Rover
Ticket.
international law.
Beach. Look back and go. Beach. No dogs in that. Private, not transparency. Go take a picture. Connecticut.
Stay on top of your finances with the QuickBooks mobile app. View your money from anywhere and get clear insights. Download the app today.
Somebody broke down.
Learn about crypto and get rewarded as you learn with Coinbase Learning Rewards. We've paid out over 100. The app today.
Southbound is running with limited service, so if you're a B-train commuter, you need to stick with the ACD's Made Q's as an alternate to help you out in that case.
To prepare students for our fast-changing world. Teaching shapes lives. Are you ready? Explore teaching at teach.org, supported by the U.S. Department of Education and 1 million teachers of color.
And let's get a check of our 10-10 wind AccuWeather forecast. What a nice day, Brian Hausman.
Hey, Linda, nice start to the day. We've had a good deal of sunshine for most areas. There has been more clouds from Connecticut through Long Island to the Jersey Shore, but even those starting to erode away. And so we will see quite a bit of sunshine through the rest of the day. Very comfortable, a high of 76. mostly clear tonight, a low of 57. And warming up tomorrow, we'll have a good deal of sunshine, high 82. Will be very warm, even a bit more humid Wednesday with sunshine, high 87. And a warm, humid day on Thursday. Sunshine, a mix of clouds. There will be the potential for a thunderstorm on Thursday with a cold front moving through, high 85 Thursday. It won't be that much cooler Friday, but it will be less humid. High temperatures will be closer to 80. Right now we have a mostly sunny sky, 64 degrees in Midtown. We're on our way up to 76. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist.
Please
Brian
leave your
Thompson on
message
New
for
York's weather station,
646-709-2601.
You know and trust caring for you in your own home. It makes a difference. Paramount Home Care recognizes that and offers competitive pay at 22.597-577-4560. Paramount Home Care serves the sick, disabled, or those requiring long-term care. If you're in need of a home health aide or would like a family member or a friend to be your aide, Paramount Home Care can help coordinate your enrollment. Our goal is for you to maintain your independence. Paramount Home Care serves patients throughout New York and accepts Medicaid or private insurance. Call now, 929-577-4560. Again, 929-577-4560. Paramount Home Care. We offer the services to keep you in your home.
Ad paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-866-7061. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. 061. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-866-7061. That's 800-866-7061. Again, 800-866-7061.
Wednesday time, 10:15. It's not just the kids from Little Angels who like the idea of being an astronaut. For the 12th
Connecticut is beautiful. Beautiful here, huh? You want to see the view? Oh, really?
For mid-sized agencies, it was the Government Accountability Office that was topped on the list, while the National Indian Gaming Commission was number one among small agencies. The Social Security Administration, they were last.
I'm going to show you the view. I'm going to show you the view, okay? I'm going to show you the view. You want to see the view? Okay.
Red Lobster has been given a $100 million financing commitment from its current lenders, enough to keep its remaining 600 locations open and its employees and vendors paid. Far from announcing the company's death knell, CEO Jonathan Ives says in a statement, Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing will allow Red Lobster to focus on growth.
As correspondent Kim Ryan, there have been a number of factors leading to the financial problems at Red Lobster, including the move last year to make its endless shrimp promotion permanent, which ended up costing the company an estimated $11 million. Well, the performers at Disneyland in California have voted to unionize.
Nikki and Minnie are seeking better employment benefits. It's for the Actors Equity Association Union to become the bargaining agent for the group of about 1,700 workers. Nearly 80% voted in favor. There were already thousands of what are known as cast member employees represented by more than a dozen unions, people in retail and food service. But up until now, those dressing up were excluded.
That's correspondent Matt Piper. A representative for Disneyland said it respects that the cast members have the opportunity to have their voices heard. 1010 Winds and City Harvest have joined together to help feed all New Yorkers who are experiencing
Make a U-turn.
insecurity. For more information on how you can help, go to cityharvest.org. CommuteConnect.org.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Win.
Stands. Mayor Adams says the team's analyzing what will
A rabbit.
you have traffic anyway.
Hopefully I get a ride back to the city.
Ever-changing bridges and tunnels. Center, which is inbound towards Upper Little Creek, even Chicago, and that's better. The inbound towards Lower 25-30 construction. Goes to Palisades, 15 minutes from there. More, 15 to 20 minutes away from there. The outbound towards Phillips Tower, across Bronx West. Take the Harlem River Drive to Newcastle Parkway for a chance instead. I'm Karen Stewart.
On the stand in Donald Trump's husband's trial again today, our Kevin Rickon is following all the details.
A lot of ground being covered inside the courtroom, a lot of jumping around in terms of timeline, but Trump's lawyers are working to outline how Michael Cohen stole from the Trump organization. That's how they're categorizing it, taking extra cash from the Trump organization.
They make a lot of other great products, and they want you to try them. So right now they're having this. What about yellow country? What do you think? I don't know, but it sounds like they have more fun in the home. They make a lot of other great products. You should try them during the $25 sale. The My Pillow sandals, $25. They make really nice towels. The 6-pack towel set is $25. The brand new 4-pack dish towels, $25. And the whole surface. Take a look at the website.
In half a mile, at the roundabout, continue straight.
Blankets, a lot of great stuff. And take advantage of this. This is only on for a limited time. The $25 extravaganza. You got to use the code WOO. Go to mypillow.com. Mypillow.com. You get that special price. Use the code WOO.
Maintain muscle mass and fuel your body with Invite Health's brand new plant protein powder. Looking to stay lean and strong? This vegan plant protein powder packs a punch with 20 grams of protein per serving. Flax and chia seeds along with pumpkin and rice proteins help energize the body and fuel the muscles. Take an extra 10% off Invite plant protein by calling now 800-632-0572. That's 800-632-0572. Save even more with our new everyday low prices plus the additional 10% off Invite Health plant protein. Visit invitehealth.com to check out our entire product line and call 800-632-0572 for 10% off plant protein today. That number again, 800-632-0572 or go to invitehealth.com.
New Jersey small businesses have faced challenge after challenge, but now Congressman Josh Gottheimer is fighting for a bill that would stop a massive tax hike on over 30 million small businesses. This bill would make the small business deduction permanent, which will help New Jersey small businesses continue to create jobs, raise wages, and grow at a crucial time for the U.S. economy. Learn more at smallbusinessdeduction.com and help us thank Congressman Gottheimer for supporting the Main Street Tax Certainty Act. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Now, you've heard of a summer body, right? What about a summer smile? The renowned doctors at Smart Arches Dental Implant Centers are ready to get you back on top of your game, not to mention the summer foods that you'll enjoy again, like corn on the cob and steak. If you're currently missing teeth, this one-day procedure using advanced technology and expert precision, it will transform your life. It's an affordable and permanent new smile. Schedule a free consultation in their Manhattan office or in Brick or Monroe, New Jersey. SmartArchesDental.com for a free consultation and select radio in the drop-down. Or you can give them a call. It's 800-804-0174 and mention radio. That's 800-804-0174 and save $2,000 per arch and an extra $250 off your first appointment. Just say friends and family celebration. Time is running out. 800-804-0174. Smart Arches Dental Implants. Get your smile back. Get your life out. I've seen people's lives and their families' lives turn completely
In half a
upside
mile,
down.
at the roundabout, take the second exit on Sound Beach Avenue.
Construction.
Including, for example, your lost wages, as well as your pain and suffering. Our team has the experience, expertise, and personal injuries to give you the best legal recovery, plus we focus on
have recovered over $1 billion for victims like you. Don't settle for less than seekers. Go to chasetheauto.com or call us for your free case review. Call 800-476-8359. That's 800-476-8359. 800-476-8359. Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements. Changing the world, one life at a time.
My name is Bob Corbin. I'm 55 years old, and I like to tackle life every single day. My life's never boring. I make sure of that. Whether we're gardening, back at the pond fishing, running a tractor and moving dirt, playing rock and roll music, there's always something to do around here. I've been taking Balance of Nature for about 5 years. I feel absolutely phenomenal. Balance of Nature helps me feel better. It's just that simple.
Start your journey with Balance of Nature.
In 1,000 feet, at the roundabout, take the second exit.
Or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer. And for a limited time, get 35% off your first order, plus $10 off any additional sets with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer.
At the roundabout, take the second exit on Sound Beach Avenue.
15th Minute of Fame is the new weekly podcast hosted by me, Jamie Lawson. And every week, we take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Bean Dad, The Dress, 30 to 50 Feral Hogs. If you knew what any of those were, you spend too much time online. And I do too. Who are they? What made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? And what does a person do when they get more attention than the human psyche can handle? Listen to 15th Minute of Fame on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free...
Call 800-321-0710 is the number. 800.
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on East Putnam Avenue.
Mike in Long Island. How you doing?
Good, how you doing? Good morning. Mark, I got some questions for you. The Trump trial, does the jury need to come back unanimous in order for Trump to be convicted?
Yeah.
What's right?
Yeah.
Got to be a unanimous decision?
Yeah, otherwise it's a hung jury. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. And last question, Mark. Statute of limitations, I know you brought it up. Can you explain to me or your audience, what is the purpose of it? It doesn't make any sense.
No, I guess the purpose is so that you can't bring up an incident from 26 years ago, making it harder for
Use the left lane to turn left on East Putnam Avenue.
Lost, forgotten, memories are not as clear. I guess that's the reason. Also,
In 900 feet, use the left lane to turn left to I-95 toward New York City, New Haven.
Something about Biden is just perverting the justice. One of the worst things he did to America. A lot of this stuff in the Trump trial.
Turn left to I-95 toward New York City, New Haven. Then turn right to I-95 south toward New York City.
Unanimous jury. Problem in the Trump case, a lot of people are shocked the prosecutors did it. Normally, a lawyer on a jury, because lawyers, even though they hate Trump or the emotions, they pretty much stick to the law. And legally, you go by the law, Trump's totally innocent. And you got two lawyers that were allowed in this jury. The other problem is the lawyers, once you get in that deliberation room, the lawyers tend to take charge. They're the professionals, they're the experts. So it's possible, very possible. And a lot of even the people who can't stand Trump worried now there could be a hung jury. Let's go to Dave in Chicago. Dave, how you doing?
Good morning, Mark. I'm doing very well, thank you. We heard this song with a football player named Ray Price who beat his girlfriend in a hotel elevator, and his career never survived.
Yeah, that's true. Now, some argue P. Diddy, in his world of hip-hop and everything, there are a lot of songs where they talk about doing this stuff. If you're singing about doing it, should it be such a shock that you actually do it? I don't know. Well, the guy, is that the football player where he knocked her out with a punch or something, and he dragged her into the elevator?
Turn right to I-95 south toward New York City.
He dragged her into the elevator.
New York City, baby, New York City, 18.
That's a lot better than instead of dragging her in the elevator, she's on the ground.
Continue straight for 10 minutes to exit 18BA, Mamaroneck Avenue toward Mamaroneck, White Plains.
Black graduates, for good reason, because not only is Biden hurting every state with the millions of illegal immigrants
888-Y-REFI.
Police reported ahead.
That's 888-YREFY24. And you will not get a sales pitch, just the information you need to see for yourself if Y-REFI is a better investment option for you. So go to investyrefi.com. That's investy.com. Tell them Sean Hannity sent you.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of
Rerouting. You save 4 minutes via I-95 south of Mamaroneck, Henry Hudson Parkway South Manhattan, and avoid traffic building up on your route.
NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA.
Continue straight for 7 minutes to exit 16 North Avenue, Cedar Street, New Rochelle.
Get slimmer before this summer with NJDiet.com. Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people. Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better immediately at Sam's guaranteed best price. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy.
Prostate cancer surgery elsewhere deforms, leaks, repairs, even shortens penis. Reasons men with prostate cancer seek Dr. Lederman. Experience, most insurances accepted. 1384 Broadway, call Dr. Lederman, 212 choices, 212 choices.
Mr. New York, Mark Simone on 710 WOR.
Hey, Michael Goodwin. So, the best columnist in America, there's not even a close second to get his column, of course, from New York Post. It's every Sunday and every Wednesday, but you can always get all of his columns at the New York Post website. And he's with us right now. Michael Goodwin, how you doing? Good morning, Mark. Thank you. A great column about the month of June. It's kind of like Joe Biden is on trial for the month of June.
That's a good way to put it. Where were you when I was writing that column?
Well, it's make or break, right? The month of June for Joe Biden.
Yeah, look, so far, both of his sons' criminal cases are. That one looks very likely. The judge has basically rejected all requests for delays. Last week told the defense attorney the case is not that complicated. She's estimating 3 to 6 days. That's the gun case. And as I write in the column, if he's acquitted, it would be shocking. I mean, the facts are so clear and acknowledged that he lied on a form about his use of illegal drugs, cocaine, crack, etc., to get a gun. And so people have gone to prison for lying on that form. And we know he got the gun. We have pictures of him with the gun. There's all kinds of emails on the laptop about him and the gun from his then lover, his brother's widow. So, yeah, I don't see how he beats this case. And so when it goes forward, if it does begin in early June, it could be settled quickly. And Joe Biden, Joe Biden is apparently afraid his son will serve time in prison. Now, any father would worry about that. So he's got the second trial, which may be delayed. Joe Biden has 2 European trips scheduled for June, and then he wants to demands a debate with Donald Trump at the end of June, which is now scheduled. So, look, he's trying to travel a lot to raise money. He saw that stupid speech at Morehouse College yesterday in Atlanta. So he's going all over the country campaigning, raising money, going to Europe twice. His son's got 2 trials coming up, and he also wants to debate. Now, this is a guy we know is not very healthy, not very energetic, often looks like he needs a nap in the middle of a speech. So how is he going to do all this in June? I don't get it. I mean, I understand politically why he felt the need to have an early debate. He's got to shore up his numbers before the convention. As I write in the column, there's some
that's part of the reason, right?
Yeah, but don't you think whoever's really running the show, this is a test of Biden? They're going to decide whether they got to dump him at the convention based on this debate?
No, because I think you can't dump him without his agreement, realistically. And at this point, it's not, there would not be a primary for the replacement. There would only be the party bosses picking somebody. I don't think that's possible under these circumstances. Now, if he were to suddenly say, "Oh, I'm sick. You know, I'm too ill to be president," that would be a different thing. But if he's fighting this, if he insists that he wants to be the nominee and is healthy enough to run, I really think it's very difficult at this late date to take it away from him. And as I read in the column, like I've been hearing for months, Chuck Schumer has reportedly been telling people, "Oh, we're going to get rid of Kamala, don't worry. We're going to replace her as vice president. That'll give everybody more confidence to vote for Joe, because even if Joe doesn't make the next 4 years, you've got a steady hand
In half a mile, use the right lane to take exit 16, North Avenue, Cedar Street, New Rochelle.
About this among themselves, but nothing's happened. And so now at this late date, I think it's highly
Watch out,
unlikely that
construction on road
the
ahead.
ticket will be anybody other than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Richard Nixon was never going to resign, but somehow they got him to resign.
Look, I leave open a possibility.
Exit right to exit 16, North Avenue, Cedar Street, New Rochelle.
5 months ago, he was going to announce he wasn't going to run. Last December was the best time. That would give the
In 1.3 miles,
anybody else
take exit
who wanted
15,
to run,
US 1
even
toward
Robert
New
Kennedy
Rochelle,
probably
the
would have run
Bellows.
as a Democrat in that case. They would have time to get on the ballot in every state and to raise money to create a campaign. But here we are in the middle of May, and with the convention coming in July, and that's going to be a beautiful, August, that's going to be a beautiful convention in Chicago, I bet. Look, I think the party will do something to change the convention so that it's not particularly the 2020 convention where they have remote speeches and things like that, because I think the last thing they want is riots in the streets of Chicago. Everyone's already talking about 1968 convention. So, look, I think they'll do some changes, but I still think that the way it looks now, Biden is determined
In
to be
half
the
a mile,
nominee, and I
use
don't
the right
see
lane to exit
how they
right.
can take him off against his will.
Yeah. Hey, when they actually have this debate, Trump versus Biden, Trump, but Biden loves to bring up guns, loves to bring up rich don't pay their taxes. Trump simply points out your own son is up on gun charges. He's up on not paying his taxes.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough charge to make, which is why I think it's going to be January 6th, abortion, January 6th, abortion, democracy, racism.
Exit right to exit 15, US 1 toward New Rochelle, the
The
Bellows.
economy's doing great. You're all doing, the Ronald Reagan.
In 900 feet,
better off
stay
now
to the
than you
right
were
to
4
Main
years
Street.
ago. Nobody.
Hey, a popular abortion, it doesn't show up in any of the polling in the top 10. It's not in the in fact, abortion is up 10% since the end of Roe v. Wade, and if the states matter, what's the other one? January 6th. I don't think independents and the average voter is concerned about January 6th, so useless issues.
Well, I agree with you. It doesn't show up either, but I think campaigns are not just scientific in that way. I think that what they will make the difference, a few thousand votes on abortion, a few thousand votes on January 6th or whatever, in maybe Arizona, for example, where they can swing state. And so I think they're not out there making the argument to everybody. They're going to target it. And I think, the debate, he will say these things, but it'll be the follow-up ads and the targeting of them.
In
and the
half a mile,
ground game
use the
and
right
the
lane to exit
spending
right.
of money
Then turn right.
in certain demographic areas and certain TV outlets that are more popular among others. So it'll be very precise. It won't necessarily be national arguments, but they'll be tailored for certain people in certain states, and then the Democrats will follow up. That's what they're good at. They're much better at that than the Republicans. Is they have, I mean, it
Exit
started with
right to
Obama,
exit
where they
13,
were well
Connor
ahead
Street,
in terms of
Baychester
the
Avenue.
use of
Then turn
computer
right on Mill
data.
Avenue.
And it's continued with their ground games, where they turn out voters, the whole ballot harvesting, essentially that they developed and
In
invented
1.9 miles,
for
take exit 9,
2020.
Hutchinson Parkway
They
North.
will use that in many states too. So I think it's not whether Joe Biden is that popular, which he's not. It's not whether he's a good president, which he's not. It's whether the Democrats can target enough people in enough states and get them to the polls over some of these, what we would regard as less than prime issues, but which are prime for some voters.
Brilliant as always. Michael Goodwin's column is the best in America. It's every Sunday, every Wednesday in the New York Post. You can go to the New York Post website anytime you want and get his columns. And we'll talk again next week. Michael Goodwin, thanks for being with us.
My pleasure, Mark. Thank you.
Take care. Let's see. The trial is going on today. Cohen, another bad day for Michael Cohen. We'll talk about it in the next hour. Hey, check out the webpage. A lot of good stuff with big celebrities on trial. Mugshot riots. Damaging. It really isn't. Take a look at this video we have up. You'll be surprised how many dozens and dozens and dozens of celebrities have had mugshots, been on trial. You don't even remember. Take a look at this video. Hey, also, here you can actually watch it. This was Jerry Seinfeld's commencement speech last week at Duke University. It's all up on the webpage. Go to 710WOR.com/Mark. 710WOR.com/Mark.
With all the protests
In half a mile, use the right lane to take exit 9, Hutchinson Parkway North.
Interest rates supposed to be down by now. How high will gas prices go when we want to get away this summer? So many questions.
The answers are on 710 WOR. Hey, if you went to a nutritionist and paid thousands of dollars, basically what they tell you, eat a lot of fruits and vegetables. That's the most important thing. A lot of fruits and vegetables every day. Well, it's impossible to do it every day, but Balance of Nature can help you out. They put it into capsules. It's 31 different whole ripened fruits.
What's up, Skin? הלו.
הלו.
למה אתה כתוב אין לך קולר איי-די, אז אני לא עונה.
עשיתי בכוונה לבדוק אם זה עובד.
כן, עובד. זה הבעיה.
אני מסורת.
כן, כל הכבוד.
קיבלתי הודעה שהמפתח נמצא פה.
איזה מפתח?
זה האפל קיי.
אפל?
אפל קיי, שהבאת לי, אני זוכר האפל קיי. שמים במחשב.
אני בקונטיקט.
קונטיקט?
קונטיקט.
אני הגעת לשם.
את הלכה לבקר את ההורים שלנו. 40 חזור, אז זה כמעט 40 לשעה, זה בסדר.
זה שעה נסיעה? מה עם הדלק, גדול?
טוב, גם יש לנו. מה קרה? היה לפנסילבניה, זה 2-3, משהו. היה ישראלי דווקא. $300. לפעמים יש נכים שרוצים נסיעה בלוק אחד, אתה יודע. שלחו מכתב ממטרופוליטן. שלחו מכתב ממטרופוליטן. הגיע לך מכתב. צריך לעשות סקייג'ל של הניתוח, אני יודע.
כן, בדצמבר. I'm looking for another one. It's okay. Cannot move it? Huh? Yeah, but actually you park the store. Oh no, we're okay. You need any help? No, we're okay. I told you needed any help. No, we're just thank you.
כן, קטעים. גם להתקלח, עשו להתקלח גם.
עשו להתקלח, להסתפר. שירת עד לגבוהה ומשהו.
שמעת, הנשיא של איראן נפל במסוק.
כן. תעשי כרטיסים. שומע את החרוז? תעשיסי אחד. תעשיסי, נפס כרסיסים.
סיסי מה?
נפס כרסיסים. נפס כרסיסים.
רסיסי, נפס כרסיסים.
רסיסי נהיה רסיס.
כן. אבל הוא לא, אין לו תפקיד גדול, לא? לא היה לו תפקיד רציני שם, יש לו תפקיד אחר. הסופרים לידר זה אייתולה.
המיני, כן.
הוא משנה, אז הוא לא מישהו רציני.
הוא למעשה והוא בעושה מה שאומרים.
כמו בארץ, הנשיא הרצוג שהוא סתם. כמו בארץ הנשיא שהוא סתם, אין לו שום סמכויות.
כן. אבל זה בן אדם הוציא להורג 30,000 אנשים, אתה יודע?
כן, הוא איש רע שם, הוא לא עושה צרות לעם שלו. היה איש רע.
התגלה 30,000 אנשים.
Like attack. Learn how you can fight against insurance fraud at fraud.com. Paid for by the New York Alliance Against Insurance Fraud. Fraud is a crime. Paid for.
Warming up rapidly on this Monday. We're headed to the mid to upper 70s with sunshine. Partly cloudy overnight low in the mid to upper 50s. Now for Tuesday, mostly sunny. We hit the mid to upper 80s. Wednesday, sunny and a high mid 80s into the low 90s. Funnel system brings chances for some rain by Thursday. Under fair skies, 64 degrees at WR. This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America NA. Copyright 2024.
11:05 and that's all news. Your next update is 11:30. I'm Jasmine Carl on 710 WOR and NBC News Radio Station.
טוב, יאללה, אז להתראות, נדבר. חג שמח.
To present anything that's an actual crime that Donald Trump did. The only crime they've uncovered is Michael Cohen committed a couple. In today's cross-examination, he had to admit stealing $30,000 from Donald Trump. Yeah, he actually admitted to stealing money from Trump, $30,000 in one particular instance. There's no crime against Trump has been in the entire 5 weeks. The other thing that's bad news for the prosecutors, in all the polling, only 13% of people are following this trial. Only 13%. It's so meaningless, so uneventful. There's no crime that just about everybody, according to all the recent polling, is just turned away from it and paying absolute
few things today. Cohen at some point left the Trump organization, and when he left, he sent an email announcing he was leaving, but he went on and on about what a great experience it was, how much he loved to work with Trump, and all of this.
Right lane blocked ahead.
Then, as far as stealing, apparently Cohen actually committed a crime and stole money. There was some matter with a company that was doing work for Trump, and they wanted to pay the guy in cash, and they wanted to give him $50,000. So Cohen had to put $50,000 in cash in a bag and go deliver to the guy, making Cohen literally a bag man. But they paid the guy. They're supposed to pay the guy the $50,000.
In 1,000 feet, use the left 2 lanes to continue on I-278 West Bruckner Expressway.
Weissenberg said it was $50,000. You're paying? Yes, $50,000. It's $50,000. Here's $50,000 in cash. Cohen admits he pocketed $30,000, stole $30,000 out of that bag, and kept it for himself, and gave the guy $20,000. I guess the guy was happy with that, figuring that's all he was getting. So Cohen admitted to stealing $30,000, grand larceny in New York State. Trump did the routine where he has his eyes closed. Again, it's an old lawyer's trick.
Continue on I-278 West Bruckner Expressway.
Big testimony against him. He just closed his eyes and act like he was asleep. Because when somebody's given all this terrible testimony against you, you want to act like it's so unimportant. You could make faces, roll your eyes, and all of it. It doesn't look good in front of the jury. It looks like you're reacting to it. And
in 1.8 miles, continue on I-278 West RFK Bridge toward Manhattan, Queens.
Just close your eyes. Act like it's meaningless. You're dozing off to it. So unimportant. They asked Cohen if he spoke to any reporters over the weekend. He did have to admit he has been speaking to reporters. Sometimes they asked him things where he didn't want to admit the story. He was going to fudge the story a little. And a lot of times, when they asked him about something, he said, well, my recollection is, it's very lawyerly. You can't lie under oath. You can't say, no, I never did that. But you could say, my recollection is, I didn't do it. So that way you're giving yourself some leeway. It looks like Cohen is done today at the end of the day, maybe sooner. Before the end of the day. We'll probably go to the end of the day. And then tomorrow, Tuesday, they'll begin the closing argument. If the prosecution doesn't present a case, we'll see if the prosecution presents a case. Now, the case they could bring, a lot of people think it's no longer necessary. The tone has just been totally destroyed. There's no reason to even present a defense. But there's a great lawyer named Robert Costello, very revered, respected attorney. Very respected. He's a long-time prosecutor, DA's office, U.S. Attorney's office. Incredible witness to put on the stand. And he's such a top revered lawyer. At one point, Cohen got into trouble. He first ran to Costello. And Costello spoke with him 75 times. And Costello has been all over television telling the story of the Cohen came to him. Raiding Cohen's house, office, put him in jail, tax evasion, this and that. And you've got to find a way out of it. Costello said, there is a way out of it. You don't really want it. They want Donald Trump. You've got some dirt on Donald Trump. You could get yourself off the hook. Now, it has to be real. You have to be honest and it has to be true. You give something fake. It has to be true stuff in the whole court. Give them dirt on Donald Trump and you're free. And Cohen said, I don't have it. I don't have it. Now, one point, Cohen got so despondent about this, going to jail, and he commit suicide. He was on the verge of suicide. Costello said to him, just give them something on Trump to get off the hook. It's got to be true. He did something bad about Trump, and he kept saying to him, here's something. Costello said, it's easier to determine Trump than to kill you. And Costello said, big. Cohen said, you don't have it. Nothing. So they could bring in Costello to testify. Very credible. CNBC interviews were really credible. Very good. But I don't know if we're going to call him. They're actually going through that transcript today. They're asking Cohen about all these things he said to Costello. That may be enough. They don't have to call him. So we'll see if it's over today. Now, like this, just military-age males with no family, no anything. Well-equipped guys, nice luggage, and all this pouring across the border. Many intelligence people believe this is an army in waiting that the Chinese are sending in here. Law enforcement also saying we're seeing a lot of terrorists come across the border. When I say a lot, it could be 0.5%, but that's thousands and thousands of them. So they're getting into the country. What are they up to? Well, two of these people tried to get into Quantico military base. It's a Marine base. Very, very sensitive facility, Quantico. Two of them showed up in a truck posing as Amazon drivers. The guards at the gate immediately knew something was wrong, stopped them. The driver told military police they were making a delivery to the post, and they were subcontracted by Amazon. It clearly wasn't an Amazon truck. But they were grabbed, investigated. Now, Quantico is a serious, serious Marine base, and these two terrorists tried to breach it. Quantico is where they keep the presidential helicopters, Marine One and all of that. A lot of people saying, Mike Pompeo and others, they better really investigate these guys. They better get their phones. They better trace every bit of communication these guys ever had. This could be a sign of things to come. Trump has said when he takes office, he will get all of these illegals out. He will start the biggest mass deportation ever. And the first people they'll look for are these supposed possible terrorists that got into the country. All right, now we all love the movie Goodfellas. Goodfellas, when you talk about the greatest movies ever made, you got to put Goodfellas in the top 3. It's the movie you can watch over and over and over and over. I don't care how many times it's on, you can watch it again. Sometimes, they used to run it 2-3 times in a row on some cable. You could watch it 2 or 3 times in a row. All right, AMC. That's the cable network that keeps running Goodfellas. This is disgusting. AMC is putting a warning on Goodfellas for offensive content. Okay, now, I can understand, and I've seen this before, if you're going to put a warning saying, warning, this film may contain graphic violence. Okay, I can see that. That's not the warning. That's the old one. This warning is going to say that this contains offensive content that includes cultural stereotypes. The film includes language and or cultural stereotypes that are inconsistent with today's standards of inclusion and tolerance and may offend some viewers. Now this is like the end of the world. For AMC to do this, first of all, it's Goodfellas. It won Academy Awards. Joe Pesci got an Academy Award. The United States Library of Congress declared the film culturally significant. It's in the National Film Registry. You don't need a warning that said includes cultural stereotypes that are inconsistent with today's standards of inclusion. Well, if you're so busy worried about tolerance and inclusion, I don't think you're going to be watching Goodfellas in the first place. And stereotypes, well, not real. Listen, it's not a stereotype of Italians. It's a stereotype of mafia guys. There's plenty of movies about Italian scientists, doctors, whatever. This is, it's not a stereotype. If you're doing a movie about mafia guys, this is real. Very, 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 very realistic. And again, inclusion, tolerance, it's Goodfellas. It's Goodfellas. The Sopranos is the most politically incorrect television show ever in history. Remember the racial stuff, the sexist stuff, the homophobic stuff. Remember Vito is gay. Well, he must be killed. You have to kill him. This is the most politically incorrect TV series ever made. It's now one of the most popular shows ever. More people, especially younger people, they've never seen anything like this. Younger people are watching it in such great numbers that right now The Sopranos has higher viewership than when it was originally on. You know what the #1 streamed show is? It set a record last year for like multi-billion amount of views. #1, Suits. Yeah, if you never watched Suits, go back and watch it. Hey, all you hear about is Billy Joel leaving New York. He's going to Florida. Billy Joel's leaving. Billy's selling a house in Center Island, Oyster Bay. Well, he just bought a house, $10 million. He just bought a house in East Hampton. So Apparently he's going to be spending a lot of time in New York. He bought a house, $10 million, with a horse farm. And it has a pool and a lily pond. I don't know what the hell anybody wants a lily pond for. I don't know. I mean, I could see asking the real estate, does it have a pool? Does it have a nice, how big the yard? I wouldn't say the real estate, but I've got to have a lily pond. I must have a lily pond. Long gated driveway. Neighbors include Alec Baldwin, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Gwyneth Paltrow, Robert Downey, Neil Patrick Harris. So, that's good. He's definitely not leaving New York once and for all. Tim Scott went after Joe Biden. Tim Scott, very, 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 very high on the list for vice president. Doug Burke has soared to the top of that list. Now, you could argue, some people will say, well, Tim Scott, yeah, he's a great guy. I don't know if he's ready for vice president. I don't know if he has the gravitas for vice president. You got to remember, it doesn't matter, because whoever it is going to look like Winston Churchill compared to Kamala Harris. When it comes to your vice presidential pick, all they do is compare it to the other guy's vice presidential pick. Because there's got to be somebody with a little more gravitas than Kamala Harris. That could be anybody. So, we'll see who he picks. If anybody tells you they know who Trump's picking is wrong. He has not decided. He will not decide until July. That's when the decision will be made at the convention. Hey, we'll take some calls in a minute. 800-321-0710 is the number. 800-321-0710. Hey, we'll get to restaurants, too, coming up. Why the quality is shrinking on the food, why all these chains are going out of business. We'll get to all of that coming up. Take a look at the webpage. There's some great stuff up there. Jerry Seinfeld, he did the commencement speeches, too. We have the actual speech. You can watch. It's not that long. It's like 14 minutes, but you can see his commencement address. Some of it's very funny as he goes after colleges and commencement. Also, the fact that Donald Trump's on trial, the fact that there was a mugshot doesn't mean anything. Look at this video. Here is a montage, dozens and dozens of the most famous celebrities of all time. They've been arrested, they've got mugshots. You'll be stunned that you forgot them. These are some of the biggest stars who've all had mugshots. It's not that big a deal. It's all up in the webpage. Go to 710WOR.com/Mark. 710WOR.com/Mark.
I'm Michael Riddle. We'll get the latest on the Trump trial, plus politics with WOR's John Decker and the National Review's Rich Lauer. It's Glenn Berman and Michael Riedel in the morning. Tomorrow, 6 to 10 a.m. on the Voice of New York, 710 WOR.
Hey, if you really want to lose some weight and you need to do it fast, you don't want to take those shots. You don't want to be taking injections.
Billions of dollars for Iran to use. Money is fungible. This notion that we were only releasing certain money for certain purposes, I think, is illusory.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. Talk Radio 77.
Radio that makes you think. This is the Brian Kilmeade Show.
So John Lovitz made his name really on SNL, but he spent his whole life acting and as a comedian. He owns his own comedy club for a while. He spoke up for the first time when Barack Obama was president, and he tried to vilify those so-called top 10%. He thought he was paying plenty of taxes, and he spoke up again when very few people in Hollywood or in entertainment were speaking up for Israel. So I talked to John Lovitz about why he's speaking up and why it's important to back Israel as an American, let alone a Jewish American. One of the few celebrities to speak out about the rampant anti-Israeli college campus chaos is John Lovitz, the actor-comedian calling out students blocking Jewish kids from getting to class, posting in part, you're supposed to be smart. You're blaming your 18-year-old classmates from the U.S. for the actions of the government of Israel? What the hell are you being taught? Think logically and quit being sheep and being used by your professors. Joining us now to describe this and expound on that is John Lovitz himself. John, it's not going away either, because now we see UC Irvine with a problem this week, DePaul, the NYU graduation. How do you explain it?
Well, it's the 250 chapters of Students for Justice for Palestine it's like a fraternity on all the campuses, and then they're funded by American Muslims for Palestine, and which also funds Hamas. It's sad to me because I went to UC Irvine. That's where I went to college, and to think of being in college, and I'm a drama major, I didn't know anything, and to be 18 and then being prevented from going to class. A neighbor of mine who is Jewish, she went to UCLA to like counter-protest the students,
lanes to
and they were
continue on
yelling, she said they're
I-278
yelling
west
at
RFK
the
Bridge toward
counter-protesters, you know,
Queens.
turn the Jews into soap and go back to Poland, and Hitler didn't finish. And, you know, you see a video of a guy, a radical jihadist saying, you know, we want to infiltrate the education system and get people elected in government. And he goes, we've already succeeded in Dearborn, Michigan, which is Rashida Tlaib, or however you say it.
Who cares? Yeah, I get it.
And they're doing it, you know. And Elie Wiesel wrote a book about the Holocaust called Night. And he said, you know, this village idiot disappeared for 4 days and showed up and said, they're killing all the Jews, they're putting them on trains and this. And I feel like I'm the village idiot. I talk to other Jewish people, they don't believe it. Well, you know, and I mean, they're ostriches. It's like, it's happening again, and you've got to, I appreciate you inviting me to come on your show and speak out, because you've got to nip it in the bud.
Absolutely.
And I'm honored to be on the same show as your other guests, Noah Tishby and Emmanuel Acha. Their book, it's so important. I learned a lot about it from Noah Tishby, you know.
Absolutely. You got a democracy in the Middle East, the longest running, most loyal ally, and suddenly Americans can't get behind him. It makes no sense. And John, I think people should know about you. You said you grew up a Democrat who loved Kennedy. They believe in hard work, you know, and you feel as though in many ways there's so many Democrats now who have trouble deciding who the good guys are, especially Bernie Sanders.
Well, he's, you know, he goes, I'm a democratic socialist. And well, that's just a communist that you can vote for. That's the only difference. And they go, well, we'll tax you to death, and then we'll pay for your college, we'll pay for this, we'll pay for that. But they're not paying for it. They're paying it with your money.
Idiot.
You know, and I'm not Republican either. I'm not right-wing. I don't know what. I feel like I'm in the middle, and everything moves so far left and right. But for some reason, all the Republicans and Fox News, they're supporting Israel, and it was liberal to support Israel. It was liberal to have more freedom of choice, and the parties seem to have switched. I hear you.
So John, I also know you spoke out too because you own a comedy club, and you talk about being ridiculed for not paying taxes because you were successful. I remember that's the first time I heard you speaking out. I heard how angry you were back then. But I think people should know how talented you are and what you've achieved. I want to take a little look back at your career for everyone at home. Watch.
Okay.
I was totally blind. Playing third base.
thing has gotten worse. And finally, why aren't there more Jewish people in Hollywood speaking out? How does that make any sense?
In 1,000 feet, exit right.
I don't know. I mean, the ones I see on Twitter speaking out all the time are the actor Michael Rappaport, I worked with him in the Woody Allen film. Michael's a great guy. And from everybody else, Raymond, Patricia Heath, and, played Raymond Mama's wife.
Exit right to exit 46, Manhattan.
And the support from her and people that aren't Jewish is great. John, I appreciate you speaking out. And I know you and Jerry Seinfeld and others are getting a lot of people's respect for that. Thanks so much, John. Appreciate it. God, everyone needs to speak out, not just me, everybody. I know. Hopefully, you're leading the charge. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Always love talking to John Lovitz. I don't know if you realize it, but the first time I met him, I was playing in a Chris Everett tournament, fundraising tournament. He was a tennis player. I was barely getting by. I actually teamed with Chris Everett, Martina Navratilova, Steve Dustin was on the other side. And John Lovitz was in the tournament. He was hysterical. Coming up next, Callie Means, co-author of Good Energy, the #1 book on Amazon right now. You'll find out
In a
why.
quarter of a mile, use the left 2 lanes to stay to the left to FDR Drive South.
Sometimes entertaining, sometimes serious, always compelling. This is Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. This is your Jonathan Towers Foundation New York Minute. Go to T2T.org right now. It's $11 more to this great organization, special Memorial Day. Just days away. Well, the Knicks were eliminated in Game 7 against the Pacers at home, 130 to 109. The Knicks all beat up. They lost their best player with a broken
Stay to
hand.
the left to FDR Drive South.
Rib or pulled the abdominal muscle. They were down 3 other starters. They were never in this game, and the Pacers were fantastic. Meanwhile, the Mets beat tomorrow 7-3. The Yankees won 7-2. They won 13 of 15, well into first place. Now, a homeless attacker who slugged the Boardwalk Empire actor Steve Buscemi in the eye was sent to jail with a $50,000 cash bail. His name is Clifton Williams. He's been a menace since his entire adult life. A 36-year-old woman was slashed by a blade-wielding madman at Lower East Side subway station early Sunday morning. The NYPD said, following 911 call, it happened at Delancey Street and Essex Street Station. Police haven't had any arrests so far. I'm Brian Kilmeade. That's your Talk to Towers Foundation New York Minute. Listen to the Brian Kilmeade Show 10 to noon on 77 WABC.
Who's there for heroes? More than families when a service member or their first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty. Who helps our country's homeless veterans? And who helps America keep its vow to never forget 9/11? The Tunnel to Towers Foundation, that's who. More than 95 cents of every dollar donated goes to their programs. Never forget the sacrifices of our nation's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2. Take it from our mayor, Eric Adams.
8.3 million people, 36 million opinions.
Opinions about the subway.
8.3 million people, 36 million opinions.
Crime on our streets.
8.3 million people, 36 million opinions.
Rats on our sidewalks. Congestion pricing. The migrant crisis.
Speed trap reported ahead. Turn left on Pleasant Avenue, then turn right on East 115th Street.
8.3 million people, 36 million opinions.
Entertaining and informative talk for New York. Streaming now on your smart speakers. Play 77 WABC. And now, this is the Kudlow Riff.
June 27th debate between Biden and Trump. 100,000 in Wildwood, New Jersey. Freaked out. Biden and the Democrats. Freak out.
More after this.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHSFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details. Hey, this is Carly, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Chicken Minis is the combination of flavors. The first thing I always taste is the honey butter. It gets me going in the morning. The Chicken Minis are phenomenal. The roll is soft, and the chicken is crispy. I never had chicken for breakfast before, but they were so good. I told my mom and sister about them, and now they're a family thing. It's the perfect breakfast bite. Breakfast starts with Chicken Minis and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real customer pays for their testimonial.
And now, this is the Kudlow Riff.
100,000 in Wildwood, New Jersey. Never happened before. Well, that's not true. Once, 92 years ago, in Seagirt, New Jersey, on the seashore, FDR, Franklin Roosevelt, apparently got 125,000 people out. 1932, and he won the general election big against Herbert Hoover. Just saying, 92 years ago. Mr. Trump will be in history for this rally and has freaked out his Democratic opponents and Joe Biden. So, all of a sudden, Biden decides he's got to shake up the race, and he's going to debate after all. He's going to debate after all. Tough guy. Puts up a video. I think the video is 13 seconds. They had to have 8 edits. Something like that. Not such a tough guy. Bungled that too. But the point is, now we will have 2 debates. Mail-in voting starts, I believe, early. It's also ahead of the Democratic National Convention, which is August 19th in Chicago. That's quite interesting. Never really had this before.
Listening for more entertaining and informative opinions from Larry Kudlow.
Talking about it, you're with Brian Kilmeade.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Brian Kilmeade Show. We're going to take a step away from politics for a second and welcome in Callie Means, co-founder of TrueMed Payments and co-author of the brand new book, Good Energy, the surprising connection between metabolism and limitless health. And Callie, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
First off, what prompted you to look into health and the food industry and how they're related to, and how they might be in bed together?
Yeah, so my co-authors, my sister, and my sister at Stanford Med School did not take one course on nutrition. She figured out that actually 80% of the entire course was on pharmacology, and the majority of Stanford Med School, Harvard Med School's budget comes from pharma. I used to work for the food and pharma industry and actually saw these descents up close. And what we put together is a very simple economic fact. It's not conspiratorial, it's a simple statement of economic fact. Is that the largest industry in the country, the healthcare industry, they make money when your kid is sick, depressed, infertile. They make money by treating those conditions and managing those conditions, and they lose money when we learn metabolic habits, when we learn the basics and get out of that chronic disease treadmill.
So instead of you saying medicine solving those problems, they're creating those problems to solve and make money.
9 out of 10 deaths, leading causes of death in America are preventable lifestyle conditions. 95% of all medical spending is on completely preventable chronic conditions. If you have an acute issue, if you have a gunshot wound, burst appendix, complicated childbirth, infection, go to the doctor. Absolutely. That's 5% of medical spending. Chronic disease is the greatest profit-generating mechanism in...
Go get coffee.
industry that you didn't stop taking after you were cured of the condition. And there's documentation of this. Pharmaceutical industry taking a lot of trust of science with antibiotics and some medical innovations helping to win World War II. They said, we can take that trust, and this is documented. And they said, we're going to now invent chronic conditions. What a gold mine. You can take a pill for your entire life, you don't get cured. And now what do we have? We have statins, one of the most prescribed drugs in the country. The more statins are prescribed, the more heart disease goes up, the more on the comorbidities and ranking on the interventions.
So Kelly Means, our guest, Good Energy, the book, The Surprising Connection Between Metabolism. Kelly, you realize how many people would have to have this evil intention for this to come off? I mean, think about what doctor would go to sleep at night saying, oh, okay, I just got a drug, I'm going to get a percentage of money from a drug because someone's has a chronic disease, which I helped create.
This is not about intentions. To understand a system, don't look at what people say. Don't even look at what individuals think. Look at what the system does. It is a completely unemotional statement of economic fact that the healthcare industry growth is predicated on more kids getting sicker earlier and staying sick. The industry just fundamentally makes money from managing interventions on people that are sick. And when you have the largest industry in the country that's fundamentally incentivized for more Americans to get sick, that's what happens. The brilliance, and this is what we unpack in the book, and what has really taken me a long time to understand, the genius of the institutional design of our healthcare system is that it takes good people. It takes that. And now, the highest suicide rate and the highest burnout rate of any profession is among doctors. They understand they are trapped in a sick system. I absolutely believe that cardiologists want to cure and snap their fingers and cure the world of heart disease, that hormone doctors want to cure the world of diabetes, that obesity doctors now want to cure the world of obesity. But their job and their employment is predicated on more people getting sick. That is just a fact.
What do you think about Ozempic?
I haven't been in the city in 5 years. I haven't been in the city since you've been. Will you explain to them, there's construction everywhere, cranes, high-rises going up, the restaurants are packed, the streets are busy, there's gridlock, right? I mean...
Yeah, but I want to say something about the city. Right now, I believe in the city. I'm a big boost of Manhattan where I live. Love it all, despite the problem. But I've got to tell you something. I happened to be in Philadelphia the last couple of days. My wife's 50th University of Pennsylvania. I've been in Philly 20, 25 years. And, they've got their problems. But central Philadelphia, where all the great office buildings and hotels and restaurants are, guess what? It feels in a good way. It looks feels the way New York City did 35, 40, 50 years ago. Here's what I mean. Guess what? They have a lot of large buildings, as we do. Long, high buildings, and many of them are very old. And it's amazing, isn't it, that even without the sidewalk bridges to protect people, the emergency rooms in Philadelphia are not overflowing with the crossed by falling debris. You know what else they don't have in Philadelphia? They don't have bike lanes. At least none that I saw. And I covered a fairly wide area. Because there are no bike lanes, there are no bikes on sidewalks. You can move easily. Their whole streetscape reminded me of what New York was and should be again. And there's no excuse for a lot of the problems we have here, which are self-inflicted. There are no pot shops on every corner in Philadelphia the way we have. So we can learn from them.
Okay, yes, they have a big problem. That's Philadelphia. It's not New York.
Yeah, but it's a big city. It's almost 2 million. You're right, of course, but it's a big city. It's always been in New York City's shadow, but it's only 95 miles away. It's nearer than East Hampton, and it has almost 2 million people. It's by any measure, except New York and Chicago and maybe LA. It's a big city.
Yeah. Hey, Cusa, let me ask you, restaurants obviously it's a tough thing, but these big chains like Red Lobster, why are they having so much trouble? Why are they going through it?
I don't know. Red Lobster changed hands a number of times, and excuse me again. I did a story about a week ago about how the Red Lobster in Times Square, which is not closing, although they're closing a whole bunch of Red Lobsters around the country, is actually not a bad place to eat. It's run down, neglected. But the food's actually better than decent, and that's a big surprise to me because when I last ate there 20 years earlier, it was unspeakably terrible. But Red Lobster I don't know their bottom line or their economics. They probably overexpanded, which is the curse of every retail or restaurant operation in the country. They overexpand. There isn't enough business to support it. The company that owns it is based in Thailand, and they're a seafood distributor, and they actually do a better job, in my view, than their predecessor, which was an American company. And so there you go. I don't know what's going on with Red Lobster. They've closed about 50 out of 700 Chapter 11 bankruptcy reorganization. Sometimes that helps. Sometimes it's the last straw before they collapse. You can't always judge things by a bankruptcy filing. And people forget that Macy's was in Chapter 11 25 years ago. So we'll see.
Yeah. Hey, the Waldorf Astoria. Now, I missed that ballroom because I used to MC a lot of events in that big ballroom. And what's the Waldorf has been closed for is it 5 years now? Did they collect?
No, it's more than that. Since 2017. Wow. What happened was, the property was sold to a Chinese insurance company, and the Chinese insurance company had no idea what they were doing. Construction fell behind. The plan was and remains to shrink the hotel from whatever it was, 1,000, 1,500 rooms, I forget the number, to only 350 in order to make room for the usual international scourge, luxury condos, most of which, if I may predict, will be sold to foreigners who will never actually occupy them. They'll use them as, like casino chips, buy and sell. Yeah. And in any event, the construction and renovation fell way behind. It's complicated because the property is landmark, the exterior and parts of the interior are designated landmarks. That slows things down. But there's no excuse for what's happened. The Chinese insurance company was liquidated by the government in Beijing about 5 years ago and replaced with another Chinese insurance company, which doesn't seem to be working any faster than their predecessor in getting the damn thing reopened. They say that it'll be fourth quarter of this year, but until they come up with an opening date for the hotel, I'm talking about the hotel now, the public spaces, that's what New Yorkers care about. We don't care about some damn, penthouse apartment that's going to be sold to some oil sheik for $80 million. And they have yet to announce anything like a reopening date. And it's a damn pity. Meanwhile, Hilton, I feel bad for them because Hilton still has the management contract to operate the hotel. And years ago, Hilton embarked on a Waldorf Astoria sort of global expansion where they opened hotels in many cities around the world called Waldorf Astoria, like the one in Beverly Hills, where I stayed about 6 years ago. It was magnificent. But they expected that they would get the real Waldorf Astoria back, the one in New York City, soon. And instead, a few years now, they've been left with all these Waldorf Astorias opening in, like New Caledonia, practically. Even while the real Waldorf Astoria, the one that we all love, is closed. So we'll see what happens there.
Hey, we only have a minute left. What's going to be what's going to happen outdoor dining-wise in New York? Are we going to see the beautiful tables outside?
I think all the sidewalk sheds. I'm sorry, not sidewalk sheds. I stand corrected. The ones in the street, streeteries, the ones that take up parking spaces and all that.
Pickup scheduled for 12 p.m. One pickup note for this
ride. When the new rules kick in.
Let's take Lexington Avenue, Manhattan.
A street dining shed are so complicated and expensive and onerous. Almost nobody gets rid of it. So, for example, in my neighborhood, on the Upper East Side, there are still some have come down, but there are still many up, especially on 2nd Avenue and 1st Avenue, 2nd Avenue especially, like rows and rows of them. I talk to their owners and managers, and they tell me, I'm down in the block or
in 1.2 miles, turn right on East 77th Street.
So they're gone by the end of the day.
All right, well, good stuff. Everybody read Steve Cuso's column regularly in the New York Post. You can get all of his columns. Just go to the New York Post website and just go to Steve Cuso and all speech. Hey, also, Donald Trump, a mugshot, arrested. It's not that big a deal for a celebrity. Here's a montage. You forget how many celebrities, dozens and dozens and dozens of our most beloved stars have been arrested in that mugshot. Take a look at this montage. It'll surprise you how many people it's happened to. It's all up on the webpage. Go to 710WOR.com/Mark. 710WOR.com/Mark.
Understand what happened in the world today. The John Bachelor Show, weeknights 9 to midnight, only on 710 WOR.
Now, My Pillow makes the biggest selling, most popular pillow in the history of the world. There are 50 million My Pillows out there. But they make a lot of other stuff, too, and they'd love to have you try some of their other products. So they have this $25 extravaganza. You get all these products for $25. You get the pillows. They got a 2-pack multi-use My Pillow set, $25. You can get the 6-pack towel set, $25. You get the brand new 4-pack dish towel.
Speed trap reported ahead.
So it's on for a limited time. It's $25 extravaganza. You got to use the code WOR to get that special price, but do it right now while they're doing this sale. When you go to the website, you're going to see they make all kinds of products: bathrobes, blankets, towel, all sorts of stuff, slippers, things you didn't know they make. But go there right now while they're having this $25 sale. It's for a limited time, but it's really great deals. Do it right now. Go to mypillow.com, mypillow.com, and get the special price. Use the code WOR.
Hello, medium coffee, please. Sure, that'll be $2.25. Of course, that includes the insurance fraud tax.
I love this car. Okay, how much are we looking at here?
Your drive-away price is $48,375. Okay, we've included the insurance fraud tax.
Insurance fraud is just like a tax that is included in the price of everything you buy in New York, big or small. Insurance fraud costs every New Yorker more than $920 per year. It takes many forms, and some can endanger the lives of you and your family. Fake auto accidents, stealing your life insurance payout, opiate healthcare fraud, or registering your car somewhere else to get a lower premium. All these are insurance fraud and add to the cost, just like a tax. Learn how you can fight against insurance fraud at fraudny.com. Paid for by the New York Alliance Against Insurance Fraud. Fraud is the crime. You pay for it.
Mike, text from Iris. I found our new car at Paul Miller Auto Group.
That's great. Ask her when she wants to head to the dealership.
She says, nah, we can just buy it online through their fast lane process and have it delivered within 24 hours.
Wow, that's really convenient.
It's the Paul Miller difference at paulmiller.com.
Are you ready to smell better naked? I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the OBGYN creator of Lumi, the whole body deodorant that's clinically proven to control odor for 72 hours on tits, feet, privates, and beyond. It's pH optimized to safely and effectively control odor anywhere you have it, but wish you didn't. Plus, it's proven to work better than a shower with soap alone. Whether you shower twice a day or 3 times a week, Lumi works better. And who doesn't want zero body odor? With over 200,000 5-star reviews, I'm so sure you're going to love it, or you can return it for free. Here's a special offer for listeners. Use code 500 and get 15% off your first purchase. Body wash or new Lumi Plus Sweat Control. That's LUMEdeodorant.com, code 500 for 15% off your first purchase. Love it or return it for free. That's LUMEdeodorant.com, code 500 to save 15% today. Maintain muscle mass and fuel your body with Invite Health's brand new plant protein powder. Looking to stay lean and strong? This vegan plant protein powder packs a punch with 20 grams of protein per serving. Flax and chia seeds, along with pumpkin and rice proteins, help energize the body and fuel the muscles. Take an extra
In 1,000
10%
feet,
off.
turn right on East 77th Street.
800-632-0572. That's 800-632-0572. Save even more with our new everyday low prices, plus the additional 10% off Invite Health Plant Protein.
Visit invitehealth.com to check out our entire product line and call 800-632-0572 for 10% off plant protein today. That number again, 800-632-0572. Or go to invitehealth.com.
Memorial Day savings at PC Richard & Son. Portions of the following program will be recorded. The Trump hush money trial is definitely winding down. We look at the schedule at noon on 710 WOR.
WOR, WASQHD2 New York, an iHeartRadio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
It's Johnny Braggs talking prostate cancer. 20 years ago, I came to Dr. Lederman with prostate cancer. It was serious. My stepfather died days after prostate surgery. My uncle never recovered from prostate surgery. I came to Dr. Lederman with prostate cancer and high PSA. Dr. Lederman explained all options, shared his and comparison results. I trusted Dr. Lederman 20 years ago. Today, I trust Dr. Lederman even more. My prostate cancer, 1384 Broadway at 38th Street in Manhattan. Most insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, accepted. Call Dr. Lederman, 212 Choices.
Mark Simone.
Giving you the New York advantage.
On 710 WOR.
Well, this will probably be the final day of the Trump trial. Michael Cohen's testimony will be finished by the end of the day. And then it's time for the defense to present their case. But it looks more and more like the defense might not present the case. There's nothing really to defend. In 5 weeks, no criminal anything has been presented to the jury. Nothing criminal, nothing Tony Daniels said would be a crime on Trump's part. And Michael Cohen, not really anything criminal. And Cohen's been destroyed today. He's a crook who literally stole money from Donald Trump, a serial perjurer, a liar. So they might just go right to closing statements tomorrow. We'll see. Anyway, we're out of time. Buck Sexton and Clay Travis are next with always the show. Then you got the most listened to radio show in
Turn
America.
right on East 77th Street.
Jesse Kelly's on every night at 6. And John Batchelor covers the whole world every night at 9 o'clock. I'm here every day 10 to noon. But you could also listen to the show day or night. You can listen to the show anytime you want. Just get the podcast. Any place you get podcasts. See you tomorrow on 710 WOR.
WOR has always been plugged into New York.
It's in the city's DNA. We've got 73 12 noon. Good afternoon. I'm Jeff McKinney. Former President Trump's criminal hush money trial is in the final stretch in Lower Manhattan. The defense continuing to cross-examine former personal lawyer Michael Cohen. The judge now saying closing arguments not expected until after the long Memorial Day weekend. Still unclear what the defense will do after the prosecution wraps.
Holding authority finds that the defense is prepared to put on any kind of an affirmative case. The judge has so limited the scope of what a defense election law expert could testify to. I'm not sure it's going to be worth it for the defense. They have told the prosecutors there are 3 other potential witnesses, including Trump himself, but we won't know until the prosecution wraps what the defense is going to do.
Aaron Katersky at the courthouse and a bit more now on the trial.
You've arrived at your destination.
Judge Juan Roshan set closing arguments for May 28th, which follows Memorial Day weekend. Between the holiday, a juror's schedule conflict on Thursday, and the trial being off Wednesday and Friday, Roshan wanted to avoid a long gap between closing arguments and the start of jury deliberation. It comes as Trump's legal team finishes cross-examining the former president's one-time fixer Michael Cohen, who was on the stand for several days. It's not clear if the former president will take the witness stand. Natalie Migliori, WOR News.
Nearby in Lower Manhattan, in federal court, the bribery trial of New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez continues. Menendez and his wife accused of taking hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes from several businessmen, accused in part of aiding the governments of Egypt and Qatar in Iran's northern mountains. Bad weather being blamed for the crash that killed the Iranian president, foreign minister, and others on board that helicopter.
E piano? Yeah, piano, come.
In 400 feet, turn right on Park Avenue.
Good morning, good afternoon. Ipanyo, we're going to Ozone Park here. Okay, let's go to Ozone Park, Queens, yeah? Okay, thank you. Ipanyo. Welcome.
Speed trap reported ahead. Turn right on Park Avenue.
You don't
Park Drive. You started. You troublemaker. Normally you discuss non-animal issues, right? Let's be honest.
In 3/4 of a mile, turn right on East 96th Street.
The president, down in the helicopter with the foreign minister. You know they're going to blame that on Mossad and shit, man. You know that. They're going to blame that on the Israelis.
Yeah, I mean,
We would have been discussing. Oh, no, you had to bring it up a second time. And you listen to the Animal Welfare Hour, 10 to 11, Sunday. All of you should listen, see for yourself, go to the podcast. You will see how this may be divided the sleeper family. Freaking Canada goose. Canadian geese who poop all over the place. And then you go up to them, and they get belligerent. They hiss at you. They come, they're like invaders. I don't know who's worse, the illegal aliens crossing from Mexico into Texas, or the illegal alien Canadian geese, a.k.a. Canada goose, coming down from Canada. I want them to go back to their country. I want my country back. I want the Canada goose out. I want the Canadian geese out. You
It might be tough considering that they can fly to keep them out.
well, there's a month when they have that urge to merge, they can't fly. Remember, that's also when they got all upset. That's when they go out and they put them in nets. God only knows what they do to them. Leave my Canada goose alone, my Canadian geese. You wouldn't even talk to them. It's that bad. That's sad. That's because of me. Yeah, you little troublemaker.
I think your issues with geese go a little deeper than that.
This isn't come on you and no Mullane, the news director. I saw you plotting outside. Yeah, let's keep this up. Let's divide the Sliwa household, huh? I finally have a great relationship, right? The best I've ever had, bar none. And you too. Oh, my little pretty, I'm gonna divide you up. Over Canada goose, Canadian geese. For the first time, I don't care that your mother's listening. Get the hell out of here, James Cliff.
New York opinions, New York attitude. You've got a voice. This is Talk Radio 77 WABC.
If you own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles and have an auto warranty about to expire or have no warranty at all, listen up. Car Shield has a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that's now available to the public. Save on out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. So please call Car Shield now. Find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. 800-925-7584 for a free quote. This protection plan is at an all-time low in price. Drivers who activate the vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing and car rental options at no additional cost. So please call for your free quote, 800-925-7584, 800-925-7584. Hey, what do you have to lose? 800-925-7584.
Right now, on the 77 WABC minicast, a bombshell interview. Janine Pirro talks with Robert Costello, the lawyer who advised Michael Cohen.
When I first saw him and heard him speak, I said, this is one of the most credible, straightforward, honest-talking person I have ever heard.
That's the first time I saw Michael Cohen. He was pacing back and forth from
In 1,000 feet, turn right on East 96th Street.
Get the max out of Mini. Download and subscribe to the 77 WABC minicast wherever you get your podcasts. Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Time now, the O'Reilly Update message of the day. On this Monday, it pains me to say this, but the exclusion of Robert Kennedy Jr. from the presidential debates is a good thing for the country. I want to hear what Kennedy is saying.
Turn right on East 96th Street.
So much on the line, remember. His presence when he had valuable time on the debate stage.
In half a mile, turn left to FDR Drive North.
No chance of winning, according to every poll. Now, the debate will be a fiasco without Kennedy because both Biden and Trump will say anything.
Rerouting. You save 3 minutes via Grand Central Parkway East Queens and avoid traffic building up on your route. In 600 feet, turn left on 3rd Avenue.
We live in a time when seeking the truth is way down on the list of priorities. People believe what they want to believe, and that's that.
politicians will understand. They can say pretty much anything these days and will not be held accountable because the press has been infected with ideology. If your guy lies, ignore it. And so the USA will have presidential debates. That's good. But much propaganda will be on display. That's bad. There will also be malice, heavy malice, between Biden and Trump. Does CNN have the people who can impose control during the debate? No, they do not. And Jake Tapper hates Donald Trump. I'm Bill O'Reilly. I approve the message by writing it. You can reach me, Bill at BillO'Reilly.com, Bill at BillO'Reilly.com, name and town if you wish to opine. Now let's go to the net. Private line to me. Gloria asked the person to the questions I hadn't even on serious back. They didn't do that. CNN didn't do it. Donna Brazil did it. She's an employee of CNN. If you know enough. Now, you could be a conspiracy. I know, but I'm just giving you the facts. Eric Eisenhower got a Texas food speculation that it never happened, but CNN would ask you about it. Moderating debate. Boy, Robert Tails down in Georgia, town. Feels like you and your staff will have some work and concerns in the future. My question, David Ramaswamy proposed something like this for a nomination in the future. Look, Vivek Ramaswamy was on here last week, and he definitely wants to question the outside. And, he's got a future. Trump will give him a job. I'm almost certain about it. Kevin Contrell, along with Michigan, I'm interested in purchasing the chili books. Are they still available in farm country? Listen to this. City Hall. New York City Mayor Eric Adams before the media blaming outside agitators. Then, 10 days into this mess, President Joe Biden finally chimed in, condemning the pro-Gaza occupation of Hamilton Hall. Here is the answer, short and sweet. We all know the history of students being allowed to protest in Columbia, but no encampments, no taking of student buildings, no anti-Semitism against Jewish students. If you can't respect that, have the NYPD handle it, or even consider calling in the National Guard. But whatever you do, if these protests get out of control again, squash them.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Now the O'Reilly update brings you something you might not know. 54 years ago today, more than 100,000 demonstrators took to the streets of Lower Manhattan to support war in Vietnam. The event was a rare point of the public's rising anger over America's conflict in Southeast Asia. Here's the story behind the anti-war movement. Pilot President John F. Kennedy sent 400 Green Berets to help the South Vietnamese fight the communists from the north, which were trying to take over the South. Within a few years, hundreds of thousands of young Americans were fighting in the jungle. To execute that war, the Pentagon instituted a draft. Starting on December 1st, 1969, young American men were selected by lottery and conscripted into the Army. At the height of the Vietnam conflict, 25% of the total fighting force was in Vietnam against their will. 30% of all fatalities were drafted soldiers. Back home, the situation was catastrophic. In total, more than 2.7 million Americans served in Vietnam, peaking at 550,000 in April 1969. The war cost U.S. taxpayers $160 billion at the time. That's $1 trillion 20, 100,000 people crammed the streets of Lower Manhattan to support the National Guard soldiers. The event had little impact on public opinion. Back up. I think the easiest friends will be here now.
Police reported ahead.
Thank you for listening to the O'Reilly Update. I am Bill O'Reilly. No spin, just facts, and always looking out for you.
Arabic peoples in
streets of Fifth Avenue, and they come in from as far away as Atlantic Avenue. Huge Syrian-American population. Some are Muslim, some are Christian. And they work their way down Fifth Avenue. And you have all kinds that have been there for decades. They're part of the fabric of that community going back to the early 1900s. Lebanese, Christians, and Muslims. You have Palestinians, Christians, and Muslims. Moroccans, Jordanians, Turks, Syrians, Muslims, and Christians. They own the pharmacies, they own the stores, they own the cafes, they own the supermarkets. That's Fifth Avenue. That's Little Arabia. And it's been that way for decades. And then if you walk 2 blocks over to 3rd Avenue, that is the area that has been predominantly and has remained Italian, Irish, and Greek for many, many years. And so there's always been a gentleman's agreement, a handshake, that on the day, the annual day of outrage, Justin Ellick, you don't have that many Jewish people in Bay Ridge. Not a big Jewish concentration. You have mostly Arabic peoples. You have some Hispanics a little further up. Mostly Puerto Ricans, although they're less and less. You got a lot of hipsters and millennials. They've taken over Bay Ridge. That's why it's become very liberal. How many times I've been at the 3rd Avenue Festival in October, at the end of the festival season, where if you're south of 86th Street, it's mostly Italians and Irish. Then you start moving into the northern part of Bay Ridge, and you get a lot of Greeks who are there, and then a lot of Arabs, Christians, and Muslims, and they get along. But on the day that Arabic nations feel that their Palestinian peoples were destroyed because of the establishment of the State of Israel, they've been out there for years. They've always stayed on 5th Avenue and avoided 3rd Avenue because everybody knows there'll be problems, especially at these times. So let's go back, if we can, Justin Ellick, to the development of King David II, Sid Rosenberg. Before October 7th, he was a wannabe supreme cuisine. He would have been hanging out on 3rd Avenue, as he did, with the Italians, with all the wrong folks. For years, he begged his mother and father, why could I not have been born a supreme cuisine, wearing crucifixes around my neck, and eating sausage and peppers? He really wanted to be that, until the attack by Hamas into southern Israel and the destruction of so many Israelis and others, including Americans and foreigners there. They took hostage, they raped, they pillaged, they burnt. It was a pogrom. And then they retreated back into Gaza, and you know the rest of that story. So October 7th was the invasion. October 8th, the Democratic Socialists of America, led by AOC, called for a demonstration in Times Square in support of Hamas. And remember the famous pictures with some of the women with the schmatters on their heads. I don't know what country was their origin. These were legitimately what looked like olive-skinned Arabic peoples. And they were showing on their cell phones the swastika. You remember that, Justin. And it drove Sid Rosenberg out of his mind. That Sunday morning, October the 9th, he began his ascent as King David II, and he has not surrendered and retreated since. But then about 2 weeks later, there was a demonstration by the same organization, the most powerful of the many organizations, because they have lineage. They've been there for years, within our lifetime. They are the most violent. They will tell you, get the cops before the cops get you. They're the ones who always schedule these Flood Brooklyn for Gaza rallies at the Avenue and then come across the Brooklyn Bridge causing chaos. They are the most aggressive. They are the most well-organized. But unlike others who claim that they are outside organizers, no, Justin Ellick, they live right there in Bay Ridge. They live around Atlantic Avenue. And their families have been there for decades. So when they call a rally, these folks don't have to travel far. They're right there. Come out with their Palestinian flags. They know all their phrases. case, you had a guy out there dressed completely in the green of Hamas. He had the headband, he had the shmata, and he had the flag. And they embraced him. They did not say, hey, save that for another day. This is not pro-Hamas, this is pro-Palestinian. They embraced him. And the cops knew that they had to stop them from going over the Third Avenue. They knew that, like they did originally just 2 weeks after the demonstration in Times Square on October 8th, when they lined up on 5th Avenue and they tried to go down 72nd Street to 3rd Avenue. And the cops on a hot Saturday night, they knew that the Irish at the Wicked Monk, the Three Jolly Pigeons, the Harp Bar, the Salty Dog, who were already in the streets, who have already been drinking since afternoon, would be feisty and fighting, and it would have been an all-out riot. So the cops at that point decided to do a horseshoe to block them there. There was a battle with the demonstrators, arrests were made, and then all of a sudden Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, pulled them and said, no, you can't treat the demonstrators this way. Now they were confronted with this on Saturday, same set of circumstances. The demonstrators, instead of honoring the gentleman's agreement between all the different ethnic groups there, we'll stay on 5th Avenue, we'll have a demonstration. People will stay on 3rd Avenue, they won't interfere with us, we won't interfere with them. There are very few Jews in Beirut. Once again, the cops correctly tried to make a horseshoe and stop them in their tracks, because if they made it to 3rd Avenue, all hell would have broken loose with all the Irish guys hanging out at the Wicked Monk, the Three Jolly Pigeons, the Harp Bar, the Salty Dog. This is the story, Justin, that nobody will tell. You may not have liked the methods of the cops, but there was a rationale for them. You would have had a full-scale riot, and the cops prevented that. And now, naturally, they're being attacked by the likes of the Councilman Justin Brennan being defended by Sid Rosenberg and by Councilman Robert Holden and others as the battle is underway in the City Council of were the cops right or were they over the top wrong. If you've been in that neighborhood like many of you have been, if you know what would have happened, the cops did exactly the right thing, because if they had made it over to 3rd Avenue, there would have been the mother of all riots.
Check this out. It's the Rip and Read, featuring Curtis Lewa. Talk Radio 77 WABC. 77 WABC, D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm's chime time is 12:33.
I'm John D'Agostino from D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm. 888-24-124. Call me for a free consultation. D'Agostino, law, fight back.
In a quarter of a mile, use the right lane to exits 10 WE, I-495, Long Island Expressway toward Manhattan, Eastern Long Island. Exit right 2 exits 10 WE, I-495, Long Island Expressway toward Manhattan, Eastern Long Island. Then use the left lane to stay to the left to exit 10E, I-495 East toward Eastern Long Island, Riverhead.
This is Greg Kelly, and I would like to speak with you.
Use the left lane to stay to the left to exit 10E, I-495 East toward Eastern Long Island, Riverhead. Then use the right lane to stay to the right to exit 10E, I-495 East toward Eastern Long Island, Riverhead.
And feel strongly that such a life-altering surgery can be totally avoided in most cases. Again, if you've been told that the solution to your knee pain
use the right lane to stay to the right to exit 10E, I-495 East toward Eastern Long Island, Riverhead.
8900. Wouldn't you like to get back to a pain-free experience and avoid knee replacement surgery? Call Dr. Hal Blattman, 844-282-8900. BlattmanHealthAndWellness.com. Blattman is spelled B-L-A-T-M-A-N. Just like it sounds. Blattman. Call 844-282-8900. That's 844-282-8900. 844-282-8900.
Every weekday in the 9 a.m. hour. Listen to Sid and Friends in the morning. Listen for more Sid. Listen for more entertaining and informative opinions. Sponsored by Fearless Boiler, the world's best built boiler on 77
I-678 Van Wyck Expressway toward Whitestone Bridge, Kennedy Airport. Then stay to the right. Exit right 2 exits 22 CD, I-678 Van Wyck Expressway toward Whitestone Bridge, Kennedy Airport. Then stay to the right 2 exit 22C, I-678 South Van Wyck Expressway toward 22C, I-678 South Van Wyck Expressway toward Kennedy Airport. In 1.4 miles, take exit 7 CAB, New York 25 West, Queens Boulevard, Union Turnpike West, Jackie Robinson Parkway West. In 1 mile, use the right 2 lanes to exit right. Then stay to the left.
And at that time, the focus for so many people was Charlotte Street. Just a few blocks from Crotona Park, where Donald Trump will hold a rally in the heart of the hood this Thursday night at 6 o'clock. But oh boy, does this area have a history. A number one, it's where then Kennedy Jimmy Carter, governor of Georgia, came on October 5th of 1977 to pledge that he would rebuild in its entirety that area of the South Bronx, Fox, Simpson, Charlotte Street, right by Crotona Park. He got on
Exit right 2 exit 7 CAB, New York 25 West, Queens Boulevard, Union Turnpike West, Jackie Robinson Parkway West. Then use either lane to stay to the left to exit 7BA, Jackie Robinson Parkway West, Union Turnpike West. Use either lane to stay to the left to exit 7BA, Jackie Robinson Parkway West, Union Turnpike West. Then use the left lane to stay to the left to exit 7A, Jackie Robinson Parkway toward Brooklyn. Use the left lane to stay to the left to exit 7A, Jackie Robinson Parkway toward Brooklyn.
Ronald Reagan, candidate to unseat Jimmy Carter as the president, decided that he visit the same pile of rubble that remained that Jimmy Carter and the Democrats did absolutely jack diddly squat nothing for, other than to maintain the status quo and the
In half a mile, use the right lane to take exit 6, Metropolitan Avenue.
As Ronald Reagan left the car with Nancy peering outside, listen to the raucous welcome he got from demonstrators, agitators, who the local Democrats had paid well to make sure that Ronald Reagan, soon to be president,
quarter of a mile, turn right on Park Lane South.
One last time, Runway Superfedo, I want to hear how Ronald Reagan was greeted by the mob of thugs and thugettes were paid to give him the worst reception that he had ever seen.
In 1,000 feet, turn right.
In the anti-war years.
If President Trump came here to the South Bronx, would you attend the rally?
No. The replay of Ronald Reagan.
Turn right on Park Lane South.
That was almost 3 years ago, and today the president claims the local officials, the mayor of the city, and others, and says they called it off. Surrounded by adversaries, Ronald Reagan, candidate for president, soon to be Jimmy Carter, did not surrender, did not retreat, but Nancy Reagan looked at that crowd and got back in the car. She was terrified. It was a terrifying situation. I get it. I'd already started the Guardian Angels. I was patrolling that area.
In a quarter of a mile, stay to the right 2 Park Lane South. Stay to the right 2 Park Lane South. In a quarter of a mile, turn left on 107th Street. Turn left on 107th Street. In a quarter of a mile, turn right on Jamaica Avenue. Speed trap reported ahead.
Down the
on Jamaica Avenue. Then turn left on 107th Street. Turn left on 107th Street. In a quarter of a mile, turn right on Atlantic Avenue. Turn right on Atlantic Avenue.
I have a feeling that he also probably soon will convert, as Bill Hyken did, the former assemblyman, just this past year to becoming a Republican for Trump. I have a feeling that the Reverend Ruben Diaz...
In 600 feet, turn left on 104th Street.
His son is on the other side, the former world president. But it seems all to be coming to an end.
Turn left on 104th Street.
Went to Charlotte Street, a block away from Petona Park, promised to rebuild it in 1977. And the only ones who profited were the property pimps. Pope John Paul II said a mass there on October 2nd of 1979, right about the time that I started the Guardian Angels as a night manager, Mickey D's, Fordham Road, Webster. And then candidate Ronald Reagan, who was to unseat Jimmy Carter, appeared at the same spot that Jimmy Carter was in 1977 on Charlotte Street on August 5th, 1980, and the crowds were rabidly opposed. Boy, we've come full circle. And I've had an opportunity to experience all of that. And I know on Thursday night, another story will be added to the legacy of the South Bronx when Donald Trump has a rally there in Petona Park at 6 o'clock.
It's the Rip and Read. Featuring Curtis Lewa. Talk Radio 77 WABC.
The experts at NYC Pain MD, leaders in non-surgical medical treatment for arthritis pain, have a special message. If you've been told that you are bone to bone, or that knee replacement surgery is your only option, or would prefer to avoid the side effects of pain medicines, their experienced doctors use the latest in precision arthritis targeting technology to precisely place FDA-approved cushioning medicines, stem cells, PRP, or nerve blocks exactly where you need it. No surgery, no anesthesia, no hospital. Procedures can start you healing in as little as 10 minutes. Most return to work or home immediately after treatment with nothing but a 1-inch Band-Aid. Even doctors are NYC Pain MD patients. It's time to stop letting chronic pain control your life. Take the first step forward. Call to schedule a no-cost assessment at 1-800-600-KNEE. That's 800-600-5633. Clinics convenient to subways, bridges, and tunnels. Call to schedule your assessment. That's 800-600-KNEE.
Hemorrhoids can be a real pain in the butt, causing anal itching and burning and irritation. Get fast relief with all natural doctor-developed and tested Anacool. Buy Anacool, A-N-A-C-O-O-L, on Amazon right now and save 15% with code WABC2024.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And start learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. With Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres? she just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you.
You've arrived at your destination.
Yeah, you can see the traffic. Aquí? Okay. Thank you. Have a good day. Let's change to Lambos.
In 700 feet, turn right on Liberty Avenue. Turn right on Liberty Avenue.
That's right. He's advising. Okay. He's advising. And you know what we're here for. You know we're here for. You know what you're here for. Well, you the one talking about. I think your fake eyelashes are messing up. No, ain't nothing.
Order, score one for Marjorie Taylor Greene, but she would not let the sister with attitude drown Crockett, so AOC jumped in off the high ropes.
It's not a point of order.
Mister, I do have a point of order, and I would like to ask you to take down Ms. Green's words.
What? How do you take it down? She said it. And then all of a sudden, Sandria Ocasio-Cortez, who grew up, what, Tarrytown, Westchester? Not far from where you grew up, Justin Allen. The whitest suburb in America where even New York got even white. With a lumberjack in the Clintons is Chappaqua. Check out AOC, who gave Marjorie Taylor Greene a nickname.
Are your feelings for a word down? Oh, girl, baby girl. Oh, really? Don't even play, baby girl. We are gonna move, and we're gonna take your words down.
I second that motion.
In 900 feet, turn right on 98th Street.
She's trying to be street, like she's from Parkchester. But anyway, it was good. Because then all of a sudden, Ratchet jumps in like, yo, Kyle, you got testosterone. Stay out of the way of the estrogen.
The verbatim quote of the gentle lady was, I think your fake eyelashes are messing up your reading.
Oh, wasn't that so nice? But, Crockett dropped a bomb. So the SWA, it's like she got smashed in the face by Marjorie Taylor Greene. But she recruited. Wait at the stream of adjectives that came out of her mouth. It was dripping with sarcasm.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling, if someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's sweet blonde, bad-built, butch body, that would not be a personality, correct?
What now? What now? That's
Turn right on 98th Street.
Three snaps up to Congresswoman Sister with Attitude Crockett.
In 800 feet, turn left on 103rd Avenue. Then turn left.
To better understand your ruling, if someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's sweet blonde, bad-built, butch body, that would not be engaging in personality, correct?
What now? What now? What now? What now? What now?
Turn left on 103rd Avenue. Then turn left on 97th Street.
Wow. Bleach blonde, bad-built, butch body. And then that just set it off. Because the girls were scrapping it.
Turn left on 97th Street.
Chairman, motion to strike those words. We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just said Look at calm down. No, because this is what I don't do. So I'm trying to get questions.
You've arrived at your destination.
You're yelling. Calm down. No, please calm down. Tell me to calm down. Because y'all can't calm down. And then you're out of control. Because if I
Worst thing you can ever do is tell someone to calm down. They just get all hyped up. Boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, wives, it doesn't matter who, wife or husband or wife. You tell them to calm down, it's just, it blows up. I gotta tell you, man, I gotta get checked from C-SPAN 1, 2, 3, 4 more. It's better than the days of Jerry Springer, right? Jerry, you got the white hillbilly gal, Marjorie Taylor Greene, with the red clay between her toes, who clearly was drinking moonshine before she came out.
In 500 feet, turn left on Liberty Avenue.
Crockett, and you got AOC all out crazy, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez off the high road saying, what was that she was saying? Yeah, baby girl, baby, something.
What now?
How you doing?
New York.
Welcome.
The crown jewel of talk radio. WABC New York and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bay. News first at 59 past the hour. 77 WABC News starts now. 72 degrees, sunshine on this Monday, May 20th. Good afternoon, I'm James Flippin. 3-year FDNY veteran Kevin Paulicelli is out of the hospital. His fellow department members give him a round of applause while walking out.
Turn left on Liberty Avenue.
While fighting a fire in the Bronx on Friday, department officials say that the
gag order. It's unclear if Trump will take a stand here. Senator Shaw said this morning he expects closing arguments to begin next Tuesday. The NYPD is going high tech.
When we get to 130, it's a left turn on your side. You can just pull up on the corner.
Yeah,
There's
sure,
a blue awning, and then we'll walk into the bar.
Okay.
Because the hair salon's on your side. Yeah, I'll show you.
I'll make left on 113. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Sure.
And just pull up on the corner. We'll
Yeah.
walk.
Okay.
arrived at your destination.
Thank you so
Okay,
much. I
well,
really appreciate it.
sure. Okay, thank you.
But they blocked it.
College is traditionally what they call a historically black college university. Morehouse in Georgia. And he wants black people to resent white people. He wants a race war in this country. Why else would he talk like this? Go ahead.
Christian high school graduation. He started college just as George Floyd was murdered. George Floyd was murdered. And there was a reckoning on race. It's not for the wonder. Democracy you hear about actually works for you. What is democracy? Black men are being killed in the street. What is democracy? Trail of broken promises still leave black communities behind. What is democracy? You have to be 10 times better than anyone else to get a fair shot. Most of all, what does it mean? As we've heard before, to be a black man who loves his country, even if it doesn't love him back in equal measure.
Yeah, and 7 people clap. This is a disgusting message. People know when they're being pandered to. That was just horrific. He wants people at each other's throats. He wants guys like Steve Buscemi walking down the block to get punched just for being white. That's what this guy wants. He wants a race war. He wants to fire up black people, make them resentful as hell of white people, talk about George Floyd all the time, get them to deny reality and vote for him again. Well, Joe, that ain't gonna happen. One of the reasons he's talking like this, I mean, more so, because he's always talked like this. He has no respect for black people, quite frankly. He's very racist. Very, very, very racist. I only have to point to the interview with Charlemagne to prove that he's a racist. He thinks that people who look a certain way must act a certain way, and if they don't act that way, then they aren't that race. If you got a problem with me or Trump, then you ain't black, right? So, anyway, this is all happening on cue. Again, this is not brand new, but the emphasis is, well, they're in panic mode once again. And just as Candace Owens told us it would be, every 4 years, this is what they do, the Democrats. Go ahead, Candace.
White supremacy, racism, white nationalism, words that once held real meaning have now become nothing more than election strategies. Every 4 years, the black community is offered handouts and fear. Handouts and fear. Reparations and white nationalism. This is the Democrats' preview. There isn't a single adult today that in good conscience would make the argument that America is a more racist or a more white nationalist society than it was when my grandfather was growing up. And yet we're hearing these terms sent around today because what they want to say is that brown people need to be scared, which seems to be the narrative that we hear every 4 years right ahead of a presidential election. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Mr. Collins, thank you for having me here today. I received word on my way in that many of the journalists were confused as to why I was invited, and none of them knew
Stop for a second. This was all the way back in 2019, right? I mean, it's just like, this is textbook. She's so right. Candace Owens, you know her. Now she happens to be, it doesn't even matter what color she is, all right? I wouldn't even mention it. But you know why. I mean, quite frankly, it has extra meaning coming from her, arguably. As a matter of fact, I think I'm done with that. I mean, I point to her often because she's magnificent, and yes, I'm going to say so eloquent, so articulate. That's not racist when somebody is amazingly a good speaker. But you know who wasn't amazingly a good speaker, actually, when you think about it, was Obama. Didn't Biden just say that you got to be 10 times better when you're black in America, right? Just to get a fair shot? Is that what he said? Man. Well, that definitely did not apply to Barack Obama, right? I mean, he didn't do anything with his life. He didn't do a damn thing for anybody else. He got
enormous prestige for himself. Anyway, all right. So the other thing, Fauci spoke. I'll get to that in a moment. I noticed this in the transcript that I was reading. You know, I read them a day late, quite frankly, so I can go through it, and I don't have to rely on little fragments coming from the courtroom and everybody hyperventilating. You got to read the whole damn thing. I pointed this out last week, actually the week before, that there was this firm, Redfinch. That must have been last Monday. Redfinch. What the hell is Redfinch? It came up in the direct testimony of Michael Cohen. I paid a company, Redfinch, $50,000 because we owed them money and Donald refused to pay, and I knew the CEO of Redfinch. And the prosecutor said, okay, but you didn't pay them entirely $50,000. No, I did not. But you put in for that. Yes, I did. I did not feel that at that point that I needed to be reimbursed for the whole 50, even though I only gave them 20 because it was such a headache for me. Basically what he said. Well, I actually, wait a second. This says he's lying. Now, was it by $5,000? Was it by $10,000? Was it by $1,000? How much did he now pay that he said he paid? $30,000. $30,000 he did not pay that company. He said to the Trump organization he paid him 50. Well, it turned out he paid him 20. But he got actually 30 back from the company. And they put on another 30 on top of that. 60. He stole $60,000 from the Trump organization. Donald Trump paid a lawyer legal expenses. He's the one in trouble. A lawyer, Michael Cohen, forget lawyer, stole $60,000 from his employer. People get arrested for that kind of stuff all the time. It could be a lot less. Just came out in court. Even the fake news is like, oh boy, this Cohen thing was probably a wash, right? Probably with what the hell's going on. Something's in the air. I meet rational Manhattanites all the time, right? Sometimes they whisper that they're going to vote for Trump, but they're all over the place. And those juries can do the right thing. One of my favorite Manhattan juries is the one that convicted Pedro Hernandez, the murderer of Eton Pace. Remember that? And there were two juries that wanted to do that. One actually did it. The one before, 11-1. One holdout. There was one guy, one jerk guy who said that Pedro Hernandez, despite everything, all the evidence, his confession throughout the years, the fact that he was working right down the block from Eton Pace's family's apartment and brought investigators there and showed this is where I work, this is where I was, this is how I lured him, this is the little basement stairwell I brought him down, everything, the open and shut case. But there was one wise-ass Manhattanite who said, I don't quite believe that, I think there's a reasonable doubt here. There wasn't, and the jury was furious with the guy. 11 jurors wanted to convict him.
In a quarter of a mile, turn right on Atlantic Avenue.
I got to look at him, right? I went to the trial last week, the week before actually, and they look like ordinary people.
Speed trap reported ahead.
What can you tell by looking at you? You can't really tell much, right? I did see this. Not one of them dressed up for the occasion. I think you're supposed
in 1,000
to dress up
feet,
a little bit.
turn right.
Go to court, just a little bit. Hey, the other thing that I noticed about this case is P. Diddy beating up and kicking that woman in the head, and is very. I actually didn't listen to his apology, so I won't comment on it. Well, heck, let's listen to it together. Cut 7, please. Cut 7.
I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. Disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
Turn right on Atlantic Avenue.
But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Well, no one's really offering forgiveness at this point. Incarceration should be an option, don't you think? Throwing that guy in jail? How about some handcuffs? This is the penalty for making a pseudo-remorseful video. Now, he was kicking a woman in the head. Guess why he can't be prosecuted? It was in 2016. Statute of
In 1 mile, turn left on Van Wyck Expressway, Service Road.
Limitations, right? And there's a thing about statute of limitations. It exists. It's a law. It's a statute. And in California, for that stuff, it's 5 years. Okay, so you can't. With all these clever prosecutors, they can't figure out a way to, I don't know, maybe tie it to another crime, right? Like they did with Trump. Now,
Found a way. Just think about that. P. Diddy kicking the hell out of a woman on the ground, kicking her in the head. And picture a check from Donald Trump's personal checking account to his personal attorney, Michael Cohen. One's a crime, one's not a crime. Isn't that something? I think that's amusing. This is the smartest guy. He's my new hero. His name is Will Sharp. He's running for Attorney General in Missouri. He's just off the charts brilliant, but he's totally understandable. Very, very direct. He's working with the Trump team. He's one of their attorneys. He's not in the courtroom every day, but he's absolutely outstanding. And we'll listen to this. Cut 12.
At this moment, I don't think there's any further need to call into question Michael Cohen's credibility, because I think he has none.
All right. How about a little bit more? I just talked this guy up. Cut 13.
The prosecution has abjectly failed to prove their case. I think any fair jury reviewing this record would immediately and unanimously vote to acquit.
Okay. He went on and on and on. I love listening to that guy talk. And he goes on the fake news a lot, and he owns them.
Speed trap reported ahead.
The other stuff that's happening, the Harrison Butker. I always have to stop on his name. Harrison Butker. That's how you say it. He's the kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, and he gave that, beautiful speech speaking about, radical issues like faith and family and the Bible, right? And now they're trying to cancel him all over the place. And this is how you know how warped everything is right now. You know who's trying to cancel him? You know who's giving him a hard time for that speech? The nuns who work at the college. The nuns who work at the college say that this stuff is a problem. The stuff that he said here is too divisive. Harrison Butker. This is not going away as a thing. And I kind of love it because they're just revealing themselves. And let's face it, there are pockets of evil everywhere, including in the church. Absolutely, including in the church. And that and I saw a priest on CNN coming forward and saying, he's got it all wrong. Oh, really? Father? Huh?
Charlie, just a train.
Going on TV to talk about other matters that I've seen in the news about the Catholic Church? Cut 8, please.
For the ladies present today, congratulations on an amazing accomplishment. You should be proud of all that you have achieved to this point in your young lives. I want to speak directly to you briefly because I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. I'm making you here now about the crossing stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career. Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world.
In 1,000 feet, use the left lane to turn left on Van Wyck Expressway, Service Road.
That Harrison did, even the nuns get upset. They're over-the-top, weirdo, possibly written by the devil statement when I come back.
Greg Kelly.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep calling that night. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE.
Turn left on Van Wyck Expressway, Service Road.
Freedom or visit consumercellular.com.
Pass is due without other party charging all fines. See website for additional details.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can create anything you need to move your business forward. Now, Staples save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Save on covered products.
Expressway toward Whitestone Bridge, Bronx. Stay to the left to I-678 North, Van Wyck Expressway toward Whitestone Bridge, Bronx. In 900 feet, use the left lane to stay to the left.
Receiving transportation and more. All done by a family member or friend that gets paid to be your caregiver. You get to decide who provides your care. And your caregiver gets paid instantly after their shift. It's all funded by Medicaid, so it's 100% free to use. Making it stress-free for patients and caregivers. Freedom Care is #1 in New York and has received over 4,000 five-star reviews. They've been helping families for years. This service is 100% free to you through Medicaid. So call right now and see how fast you can get started with Freedom Care.
Call 516-447-2106. 516-447-2106. That's what everybody's talking about. Judge Ginny Kira. Sunday morning at 11. It's the Judge Ginny Tunnel the Towers Foundation Sunday morning show. On 77 WABC.
Stay to the left to I-678 North, Van Wyck Expressway toward Whitestone Bridge, Bronx.
Celebration for your graduate success and delight in exquisite seafood and sizzling steaks in an elegant atmosphere. Visit the seafarerbread.com for view their perfect menus and seasonal seafood dishes.
This is 77 WABC.
Turn right on Hillside Avenue. Then turn right on Van Wyck Expressway, Service Road.
The Best in Show winner at the 140th annual Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show is remaining approved.
That audio courtesy of Fox Sports. Stage was one of about 3,000 dogs taking part in the competition, showing off their best in looks, agility, and obedience. Final prize of Best in Show is chosen from 7 winners of each dog type, ranging from herding to the toy group. A judge in the competition joined stage and her handler Kaz Osaka on NBC's Today Show, listing off the reasons why the pup stood out from the crowd.
Every step she took, every moment of the night.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll go get coffee or something.
NPR write-up. And this has a chilling effect, right? The guy was already being hassled.